Kremlin says Putin and Trump discussions could last for a minimum of 6 to 7 hours. It's being cited by RIA News. Kremlin says Putin Trump one-to-one meeting will be the participation of aides.
Hello, hello.
Kremlin says that Russia expects that Alaska discussions will bring results, according to RIA News. There's Kremlin's Peskov currently being cited there. Kremlin adds that the Alaska talks must bear results if there is to be a subsequent three-way meeting. So again, Kremlin says that Alaska discussions must bear results if there is to be subsequent three-way meeting.
Oh boy. Price and downtrend, holding 50-minute view ups as resistance. We're just watching to see if this is going to be basing here or if this is going to lead to another leg down. I'm unsure as of yet. I think there's a lot of potential that this can be a local low. But I'd like to see a bit more first before I'm convinced. This is basically like the bottom of our balance here on ES. So it's really important to see if like we're going to continue to absorb here and rotate back up into the most important thing is showing interest back up over like 480. We need to go full screen here with this. So there's potential that this is a bottom of what we could consider where price has kind of been holding, right? We had this look above and fail. We had a look below and fail. I'm watching to see if this is going to be a bid at least back up to 480. Then from here, we decide if this is going to be like our offer and lower high. And then if we're going to start to build below for continuation down with these guys trapped above, or if we're just going to be able to rotate this as a balanced continuation, right? So there's very clearly interest here between these two yellow pivots. I just don't know if this is it yet. I'm not seeing enough on footprint, but I want you to be aware of like the general area here in which price has been pretty willing to trade. If we are dip below, right, we can look for these wick lows here down into like 450, 453. Look for this liquidity again, but price has been pretty interested on these rotations below to come back up and then rotate through, right? So like this becomes a really interesting trade if at any point we do step below this yellow zone, because when we recover it, we have a pretty high likelihood for the rotations back up, right? We can see that over and over again. So I am interested if we do see a reaction like that, where we step below it all, that we then look for a bid to step back through and then trade this balance. That's kind of my plan right now. There's a good chance that this just holds in the first place, right? We don't even need to look below. But I would be a bit more interested if it did happen, just so that we had trapped traders outside of that value, right? And then we looked back in for rotations up. Do any questions about that idea? Or does that make sense? That's something that I'm watching for. We've got some pretty clear absorption happening right now into these lows. We're seeing some pretty like interested buyers down here. We can see these wicks are very quick out, and we are opening and holding above POC in this yellow area. See if that can continue to sustain, or if right, like this just kind of gets eaten up, and then again we look below and then rotate down. I'm unsure as of yet, but this is the idea that this is potentially the bottom of balance, and that we would then be rotating back up to at least 480, and then we are just going to be retesting these guys here who are selling. Right, because these are potentially offsides here. We would be retesting them after holding these lows. Spam has been crazy, man. So over it. What did I just delete? Oh, okay, that's what I thought. So why did this not delete with it? So weird. Okay, and there's target here into 480, like we just talked about, taking off half. And if we can flip 480, then we have more. But until then, this is just like where we should be expecting sell side to be sitting. So does it make sense, like my entire logic there, what I was looking for, and why targets make sense, and like what should be expected at any point, or no? I don't know. I want you guys to be able to do the same thing that I just did, which is not look at a chart, hop on, be able to analyze where we are and what to be expected if things remain the same. Like, what's our current balance? And like, what happens if we maintain balance? Where are we headed? What happens if we push below balance? Where are we headed? Right? Like, that's like a pretty basic analysis that we should be able to do almost instantly at this point. So, like, if you don't understand the logic there yet, you need to ask questions so that you can teach yourself, right? So you can see it yourself. So if that's still unclear of why we're looking for this rotation here, please ask questions so that I can go more in depth, or I'm going to think that everyone else is following. Because it's the first step to any trading is understanding where value is, right? What our balance is. It's like you have to understand the structure first before you can take appropriate trades. Because if you don't have PTs, if you can't distinguish where your risk is and what a good and a bad trade is and where we're headed, right? It's going to be very hard to take trades because you don't have any levels, you don't have a risk profile set, you don't have an understanding of where anything has potential to actually go towards. And that's like incredibly important. All right. So this is just NQ into VWAP. POC trying to shift down here. Again, there's not a lot
According to
more
RIA News,
here.
Russian envoy Dmitriev says mood ahead of Putin-Trump talks is combative.
There's potential that if ES can flip this 80, that we rotate up to 90, and then 500, right? So we have like, it's like 10 points rotations, honestly. I'm just looking at like where our POC is here. Sorry, so I stopped for a second. We've got like this 489, which would be kind of our target here off the POC shift. But we got to get through
According
this.
to RIA,
So
Russian envoy
sets.
Dmitriev says talks will take in full spectrum of Russia-US relations, not just Ukraine.
And same thing on NQ, of course. Like it's just a rotation to VWAP. Let's see what happens here. Again, this is POC shift at this 808. Watching to see if we can build above, or this is going to be what rotates us down, and then we offer off of for a continuation lower. Right, so we want to see if the bid is interested here, and then if we can step up. This can become supportive here at this like 808, this POC shift. Then we can potentially rotate back up to where we shifted from, right? So that would be just a rotation up to 65 area. So let's see which way this actually is able to build.
According to RIA, Russian envoy Dmitriev says talks aimed at restoring Russia-US relations, not just the economy.
So back to bottom of range here on ES. And our value low. There's not really much here for me. I'm just waiting for our next leg. We're watching to see if like these guys are going to remain offsides from a look above, and if we're going to get a lower offer here. And then again, like I want to see if this POC shift is going to hold for downside, or if we can take out these highs and then play along for a rotation up. So right now it's kind of in a no touch area for me, unless you want to try to play off this 18 to 32 basically as your offer. We should just be watching to see how this builds out. Again, like all we've done is rotate up to the sell side POC here, and we are now holding where the buy side POC was into this low. So we know the sellers are still up here above 32. We know that the bid is still here at this 800 to 790. And now it's just a waiting game of which way is this going to break. And to me, the best thing that we could see, or sorry, the easiest thing to see would be a very clear lower high here after this sweep down, where this now holds, and then we rotate into these lows, and then POC shifts here for a continuation down and a break down out of this balance here between here and here. All right, I want to see very clear lower highs. We see lower highs, then it's just starts channeling down, and we're good to go. But if this balance remains, then it's really not a great indicator of anything. I'm just going to give it a second. All right, so our lower high offer is held. We're watching to see if we can push below this 790 and get that secondary leg, or this is where that bid will be resting. There's been no change in what we talked about. These guys are still remaining off sides. Just watching to see if we can break these lows and show that secondary interest. If not, right, this is first risk off here. And just bottom of balance. And let's see if we can get any more, or if this fully rotates back through. It's just balance, right? We need to see this very clear look below now. Again, this is just playing off of these guys who are above, a lower high, and now we're watching to see if we get this look below and hold for that secondary leg for this channeling down that we have drawn on screen that I just went over. All right, I think we are looking for a re-offer here soon. Again, just watch this 760 area for some liquidity, and then let's watch to see if we get a bounce and then a retest of this. If 760 just flashes through and we don't show any interest here, then I mean, you just want to stay in runners and call it a day, right? Just keep it up. But I think we find a little bit of an inflection here and then bounce, but we'll see what happens. To me, this makes the most sense that we find a little bit of a bid, and then we look for an offer. So either move stops down or take some profit, and then we'll look for a rotation into this sweep here, to 780, 790. Pretty solid reoffer here on ES with this rotation down. Pretty bearish look on NQ. Didn't get as far up as I wanted, but that's okay. With ES rejecting and Russell falling through, it's a pretty clear reoffer. Let's watch our 770 for continuation down. That can hold here where this buyer's getting absorbed into the 60 to 70, then should be able to just rotate to next leg into 730. Just going to keep an eye on this because I think it could be pretty reactive here. Don't know if this is actually real or not, or if this is going to still need to rotate up into 90. But if this 60 to 70 can hold, then that's very bearish. And we can then go down to next target without having to retest. Forty seconds till new 15s.
United Health extended rally to 14%, most intraday since 2008.
New 15s have opened. Again, just watching the 60 to 70 for your most bearish pivot or reoffer without having to retest up into that 90 to 800. So this is if sell side is like does not care about any sort of structural retest. This is where we will be looking for that offer. But again, like if 70s flip, we should expect a very quick rotation back up to 800, I think. So this needs to be a pretty clear hold here. We're really not seeing what we need to here at this for a incredibly bearish pivot. It's just the bid stepping in, offer just kind of stepping out of the way. So if this 70 flips and we show any interest above, again, like I think we're probably going to 90 or 800 above this. If the seller is just not willing to participate here, just for a structural retest of our breakdown. Need to step back below this this 60 and then offer for anything real. All right, so just took off a little here on the flip over 70s into our 90. Watch to see if sell side sits here. Or if we're going to flip back into this balance above. Offer sitting at 800s. Remember what we talked about on ES, where any look below here has just resulted in this becoming supportive again, right? And then this going bid and then rotating back through, back up to R480. So there's a lot of potential here that, again, this happens where we flip 800s, then we rotate up. Same thing here on ES, if we can hold this 69.72 area. Let's watch to see what happens off of another failure. Again, like sell side just completely stepped out of the way, which is like why we wanted to give ourselves such a tight area of risk of if sell side was going to hold that lower high into 60 to 70. It's like they're either holding there or we're rotating back up. And then if we show any interest back over 800s, then it's, again, the same rotation where balance is persisting with a lack of sell side at our lows. It's just the same as before. Which, again, like if you were not paying attention to what I was talking about, this is our balance, right? And this is what we've been doing over and over again, which are these dips below, and then recovery of our lower pivot, and then rotations back up. We've seen it time and time again so far. So until this 70 can hold as our offer from our look below, it's going to be very hard to get continued downside pressure. And so as long as we're playing around this, we have a very clear structural trade of where we're headed. So back up to our top of balance here. This is where you risk off into 18 to 32. This is just our highs for right now, top of balance. Need to flip this and show interest above into these wick highs if we're going to go for more. I think you should expect that we should find our seller here again, and that we then look to see if the bid steps in, and then we rotate up off of this, like so. Because we already know that there's a seller here. We already know that there's a buyer here. So there's potential that we need to retest these areas first to show that we have interest now and that these participants are trapped below. So we'll see what happens. I, again, fully expect that if we don't just see an immediate sweep through and hold of 32s, that this offers and then we retest these lows. Again, just be patient with it and wait and see. There's the expected move. Retesting our bell low here. See if buy side can hold this 790, 800 edge, or if this rotates back below and then offers, maintaining our same seller as our original short. Need to see if a buyer will be here or if we step back below. Same thing on ES. So if you did take a short, this is a great first risk off, and you look to see if this can flip or if the bid maintains here, and then we rotate up higher. Should be pretty telling which way we break here. If this area can find a bid and then push, we should be able to then make new highs. But if this area flips and then offers here again, right, then it's just business as usual, and it's the same short trade again, just like we did here. I don't think it's clear yet which side is going to win this pivot. There's definitely some absorption happening on this look below into 790, 800, which is sell side trying to push this thing down, but we need to see what happens in this new 15. Watch POC
Fed
of
is to
previous
end
candle.
program that stepped up bank crypto scrutiny.
We want sellers to hold this 90 to like 800 ideally. If this is going to go down, I feel like if they can't hold this with the amount of pressure that's being pushed here and we do flip, that sell side kind of invalidates itself very quickly. Like it's kind of, it happens now and here, or we rotate and push over 30s, then I'll look long. So let's see if this seller can hold us down here. As we push down into the 70, it's a great secondary risk off. You should expect a potential bid here into this 60 to 70, just like we were looking for before. It's the same exact trade. Sell side holding, rotation below an offer, push down to next target, right? So now let's see if this holds as a higher low still, and if this bid is here into 70s, or if we can flip it below it for that next leg down. I'm unsure. There's a lot of potential here for either direction. So need to see a bit more from sellers as they step in. I will feel way more confident in the short side below 60 to 70 on NQ. Into target one here, into our 70. Again, need to see that flip below 60 to 70 for anything more. Should expect that this is where the bid tries. So if this can flip and then offer, we're in a good position for more downside. But if it holds, then there's no change in our upper range. Watching this 790 to 800 again, seeing if we can hold it as offer for another lower high, or if this flips again and then we do the same rotation as before. Yeah, I think that would be, Mohammed. I think that's where you're watching. The thing is like we're still just seeing no interest, right? Like 70s sellers were absorbed pretty quickly. And if we flip back over 800s, all we're doing is kind of confirming the low. So we need to see this be a very clear
US 10-year
offer
Treasury
and then
yields
push
rise to
below 60 to
4.32%,
70
the highest
for
since August 1st.
like a real move to occur. So this has to be like a very clear sell here. And then we need to show interest below 60 to 70 quickly. Very quickly. I'm much more interested in shorts below 60 to 70. I can't be more clear on that. But yeah, this is where you'd be looking for lower highs. But confirmation of downside only occurs once we actually show any interest below this guy who's absorbing into 60.
Atlanta Fed GDP index little changed at 2.55%. So again, Atlanta Fed GDP now index little changed at 2.55%.
If you're playing longs off 70s into 800s, This is, of course, first risk off, middle of our balance. Again, need to flip below 60 to 70 for downside. Need to flip over our 20 to 30 for upside. Until then, this is the mid. This is POC, a previous 15-minute candle. We're watching to see if bids recover. Offer isn't very aggressive here, which is not a great sign for sellers, but we'll see. Just the middle of our range. Again, very clear pivots. Need to see if this offer holds here or if this rotates
On
back
Fox News, Trump says if the Putin meeting doesn't go well, I would walk. So that's Fox News citing Trump comments to Brett Baer on Putin meeting.
up. Jeez. All right. So if you're playing off of this 890 flip and offer, we need to get below, again, this 60 to 70, or this is your first PT. Just back down to the bottom of balance. There's no change in anything that we've talked about so far today. Let's see what they do. Looks like reaction. There's still a bid kind of just resting here. I really do need to see like a sweep through this and then a reoffer for me to feel comfortable looking for anything more. Or you just take your 20 points and be happy, right? Like, I can't, until we see the sweep through this guy, like, you have to just, like, he's here, you know? Like, our offer is definitely trying to move down here at 90, but without that interest below, and like a sweep through and then reoffer for a lower high, it's going to be really tough to breach. So you can hold the runner for the look, but understand that it can walk completely back on you if we don't see any interest below. We need the seller to really step up. I'll be right back. Okay. Like you guys see the lack of initiative below, right? Like until we see that sweep through, like this guy is just more than happy to just absorb into that low. We need to see some sort of shift where we're getting a lower high, where this 90 to 800 holds, and then we sweep through this 60, and then hold that offer, and that'll lead to downside. So that's why we have this mid pivot labeled, our yellow box, because it's so important to let us know when this offer is actually going to show strength, right? Because what we want to see is not a full rotation, right? Like all we're doing right now is doing our full rotation through our balance that we've already labeled, right? What we need to see is this mid pivot at any point going to actually show that lower offer and then rotation through with a sweep where we can then hold this as our resistance for a continuation down, a shift of value, right? Until that happens, we will continue to rotate and we will continue to look for traps and then just continuation of this balance. Your best trades still right now are going to be at our two pivots that are labeled this needs to flip. Right? We are just rotating at the mid right now and watching to see if this offer can step down from our original short, from our secondary short, right? And now our tertiary short here at 790 to 800. If this can't hold an offer here and rotate below 60, there is nothing more. You take the 20 points, you accept it, and then we look to see if this then bids back through. If they can't show this interest below and hold it, there is nothing more. So we need the seller to very clearly step down here, which is why, again, I have this pivot labeled, because when we see this happen and we see the sweep through, we can then look for that secondary move. Until then, it is what it is. Our edges are still here. There are two red boxes. Our yellow is our mid. We need to see the step through for more. That being said, this is a great first risk off into 70 for 20 points.
Hello, Friday balancers.
Yo.
What is up?
Just trading alone here, you know?
Balancing.
Yeah. Into our lows here, new 15s, 30 seconds. See if we flip or if this holds.
What's up, Sauce?
New 15s.
Just for me?
Just a heads up, Trump on Truth Social says he's on his way to Alaska.
Oh, it's going down.
Trump on Putin meeting says, I don't know what Trump on Putin meeting says, I don't know what would make the summit a success. Nothing is set in stone. And Europe is not telling me what to do.
What?
Probably some obscure reporter that says, like, England owns Trump. He's like, no, no.
Trump says that I want to see a ceasefire. I won't be happy if it's not today.
So full rotation again, back to our mid, just 770, 760 still holding, rotating back into our 90 offer. If we don't see the seller step in, and then again, sweep below, there is no more downside. We need this thing to sweep below, or this is going to just be the same rotation again in our already declared balance. There is no change yet. So just watch your pivots here, watch our mid, see if that offer can hold, and if we can sweep through for that secondary short, or we will continue to maintain. If it's not obvious, this is still the long idea, right? So 60 to 70 is still maintaining as supportive. We need to, again, I'm gonna just keep repeating what I'm saying until it sticks in your head. We need a sell side to sweep below this 70 to 60, and then we need to offer it for more downside, or they will continue to absorb here and we will rotate back up. You have 10 points of risk, and we are looking for, it's a 2 to 1 right now, right? So first target is always going to be here into our 90 to 800. Your secondary is full rotation up into your 820, 830. Until we can flip below this and offer below, this is the bottom of our balance. I don't know. I just want to make sure that people like, I don't know. It's so quiet sometimes, so I get confused. Like, are people just making 20 points on these rotations, risking 10, or no? Okay, there's your 90, 20 points from 70s. Again, no sweep below equals rotation back up. Watch to see if offer sticks here or if we rotate back over 800s. This is first risk off. Again, for the short side to play, we need any look above, reoffer, rotation through. Play this as your risk if it's going to go down off of this. You don't want to be shorting initially into our edge. You want to be playing the look above so that we have someone who's trapped, and then play this as your risk for 10 points. I think that makes sense. If we don't see that happen again, right, like we have the last 3 times, then you just are waiting for the look below, and then the offer to hold, and then you play this as your risk for the downside leg, right? Like you always want to be playing off of someone who's above that we then see a sweep through. Do you guys get what I mean when I say a sweep through? Like an aggressive sell that's pushing down that isn't this chop, but is a very clear look below and then a reoffer. Jesus. Spam today is insane.
I've gotten like 4.
Yeah.
Not to ruin your train of thought, but
No, it's the same.
crazy.
So over it.
Crazy.
And like if you answer, no one picks up. Like there's no one there. It's like, what's the point?
Yeah, I stopped answering.
How do we find that balance? I mean, it's just, this is our value low, Mikey. Right? Do we see how we've been bidding here? Like this is a clear flip in our pivot. So like this is where our buyers were last time, and we continue to see them absorb. So I'm not looking for more until we either see a very clear look back above these highs or a very clear look below these sellers here. Because we know that this bid is stepped in here at the 70 previously on the look down, and that our last attempt where we looked below has been bid back up. So this now becomes my pivot here because we have a very clear bid that attempted here last. So I'm identifying this as where our buyer has been, and this is where our seller is currently for our lower high, right? So it's just creating a balance in between these two players. And I need to see this flip and then offer below for more downside, or I just expect more of the same. I'm not looking for expansion downwards until we see our value low on the daily become resistance. So let me turn off drawings. Why can we look at this as a potential low? Well, it's our average daily range low. It is our value low. It is our reversion zone off of PVZ. It is our deviation on our VWAP, right? There's lots of reasons why this is our low. And what we're doing is just reverting back up to VWAP, this purple line, and where this gigantic node is, right? So if there are lots of signs that this is potentially our low. And again, like PVZ, period value zones, our indicator, what is it telling us? Let me hide everything else. What is
15s.
What is our PVZ telling us? What is it? What is PVZ telling us, Mikey? What does this area represent? What is this? What is this box that's green? So this is our reversion zone, right? And where are we looking to revert towards? Our value low, right? On PVZ. So what do these symbols mean at the bottom in this zone? What are we looking for to happen? Well, reversions to PVZ, right? To our value low here. So at no point have we showed any interest below this box. We're showing interest here at our 60 to 70. So as long as that's maintaining, there's no shift in anything that we're looking at, right? So I'm just looking for reversions back up to our PVZ value here at 810, because this is clearly where the seller is sitting, and there's very clearly a buyer sitting here. So until something shifts in this structure, until I see some sort of shift in our order flow, there's no reason for me to expect any difference, right? That's why I'm so adamant on that sweep below the 60 to 70 to invalidate these buyers who are willing to take in size here. You get me? Or we'll just see more of the same, which is balance between our reversion zone here into this low and back up to this PVZ here at our 810. Right? Like the indicator's doing it all for you. I'm just trying to give you more manageable zones to work through, which is why I've created this. If we have two very clear pivots of where we need to flip, then anything else is just going to be balance in between. But like this reversion zone low is pretty clear. And again, it's ADR, so I'm not looking to short here until I see the flip. Only shorts I'm looking to take are based off of where previous sellers were into our known edges. So we have two attempts that can happen into our 820, 830, into these highs where these buyers are offsides, where then we put in a lower high for this rotation down. Or what's the second? A look above, fail, and then the rotation through for this 20 points with 10 points of risk for this rotation back down to this low. And it's the same thing here. It's like, oh, okay, well, we'll bid here, and then we'll rotate up, and then we'll play this for rotations back up to our mid. Right? Like, it's very clear balance if you just look at the PA here, where we're trading in between these sellers and these buyers. And who's offsides? Oh, these guys are offsides above, and these guys are offsides below. So what's left? Well, this is left, right? This interaction. Does that make sense? Yeah. And again, like think about what we are looking for on ES as well. Like why does this idea make sense if we also know that NQ is in a larger balance as well? And every failure has resulted in rotations up. So it might not be as fun to look at on the smaller time frames, but if we go to like a 5-minute chart, we can see that indicators off. We can see that it's also very similar on ES, where we're also in a very clear rotation where like any look above, any look above results in a rotation through, right? Any look below results in a recovery and then a rotation through. So we can identify these edges and then look to play around them. We know that if we fail below on ES, we then come back in and then we bid back through. And then it's just yellow zone to yellow zone. Until we can see a very clear flip of this as resistance, there's nothing to look for downside wise because it's just this balance, right? We're trading in a box. And any liquidity that attempts to short below this box has failed, and then we've resulted in rotations back up. So when ES and NQ have very clear balances to that we're rotating around, we can just play off of these pivots with the understanding that so far everyone who's attempted
at the top of
has
the hour,
failed.
see the release
right?
of the
This is
weekly Baker
excess.
Hughes rig count numbers.
Excess.
Total rigs prior was
And we are
539.
continuing to
Oil
just
rigs
hold
prior
this
was
gap and then
411.
rotate up off of it. So until I see this flip and hold as our offer, I don't need to look for downside. I just need to look for recoveries and then rotations through, and we can treat it as balance because it is. Hopefully that makes sense.
Everything testing here. Interesting. We're still trading a negative tick on this whole push. You're always locked in, Ty.
Why did like, oh, I have indicators on. Like what's going on? So it's a full balance rotation again off of our 10 points of risk at our low, rotating back up to our VWAP here at 18. No change. I don't know, hopefully that explanation was good. Thank you for asking a question and not just staying silent.
Just woke up, Varg. Holy.
We're in 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. See the release of the US Baker Hughes rig count numbers. Oil rigs, prior was 539. Oil rigs, the prior was 411.
Up here would be the same as below. You mean like this is your edge? Yeah. What we're watching though is to see if we can build a higher low here, just like before. Again, like the only way that you can either attempt this edge, to me this looks bullish, not bearish, but what we need to see is interest over 30 for upside. We want to see this sweep through. What we're watching for, or what I'm specifically looking for here is, can the bid step up, right? We've seen sell side fail over and over and over and over again. I want to now see us hold this mid to high and then look up. So you can try shorting this edge here on a look in, right? And then I look back down for this rotation to 800s for 20 points, like so, right? The look in and then the lower high is what we want to see for the short. Or we're going to just bid here. There's a secondary short that is the same, which is this look above and then the look back below that I want to be playing around for the balance trade. But right now it's just a flag, right? So we have to be respectful of this 800 because we're holding so far. We do know that a seller is here. And so you can try just with 10 points of risk with a bid above, right? But there's not much here, right? We have 2.5 minutes of potential building out here. So if we sweep over, I would love to play it long. But until then, we know that a seller is just willing to take in size here at top of range. So you can try 10 points of risk here and just play it back down for 20 points, right, into our mid pivot. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I'd rather see a little bit of a look over first, right? A look into here, and then a very clear offer step back in for the short idea to play. Yeah. I mean, you can blindly short the high, but make sure that your risk is limited, right? Like if it's, you know when you're wrong. So like the way that I usually play this, and you might not have been here for this, but like I'll put limits at these edges where like it's like, okay, well, I'm risking 10, but if we push above, then I'll immediately be filled for 5. So I'll have like a 15-point stop at 31, for example, right? And I have 10 contracts on, so then I immediately get filled to stop out of my short, and then it immediately flips me long if there's the liquidity there for it. And then I'll play the flip, and then my stop will be at 18, so I'll immediately move it down, and then I'll risk 5. And then I'll add into that on the flip if we hold. So like to me, like if we break above this and show any interest, like it's a very clear long, and I'm not going to look for the short until we push back below 18.
So shortly expecting the US Baker Hughes
I
rig
need
count
someone
numbers.
to be trapped to play the short. To me, like our edges are just where we risk off positions from the opposite side. And then if you want to put on risk, right? Like it's again, it's 10 points of risk for 20 to 30 points of profit, right? Like these edges are very tight. And so it does, there's no there's not an issue playing around them, but understand like if we flip them, it's an immediate long. That's all I'm trying to get at. I mean, the risk reward is still good here, even if you just play the edge blindly. But just know that you'll be immediately wrong and you need to stop out above, and then you have to look in the opposite direction. New 15's opening now. I don't know. I'm more than happy to risk 10 points or 30 points.
US total rig count 539, 539. US oil rig count up 1 to 412. 412 total recounts.
Let's look back at what our previous attempts in this edge looked like, just to give more clarity here. So this is what I'd ideally like to see here, right? A look into this area, a failure to rotate, to show interest over, and then a rotation down, and then a clear lower high. So even if you are unwilling to just try this edge, which is understandable, right? You're just looking for the reoffer. Because again, like nothing has changed in our structure here, where like we're still showing no interest from sellers below. We're showing no interest from buyers above. So where are our known buyers? Well, they're down here, and we have a secondary that's here, right? So I'd be expecting something very similar to happen like it did here if this is going to fail again, where we still are going to find an initiative bid, a secondary buyer who's going to try to keep this up instead of fully rotating us down. So even if you don't want to get in here, there should be another opportunity on the retest and then the rotation through, right? And that'll give you two opportunities. Either this will retest and then we use this as our risk once we've identified someone's offsides above, or we can just play the rotation here for 20 points, where this then becomes our offer, and we have a very clear lower high, lower, lower, lower high, lower high. Just playing around our mid. It's really up to you. Like I'm not looking for longs until we flip this and then show this as supportive, personally. Because you should already be in a long from down here, right? So like it's just a runner. I don't think that there's anything wrong with looking to attempt a long here also at the 790, 800 if we rotate down, but it has to be a very tight stop. And then we need to see a very clear look over 30s afterwards. Because again, like we should be expecting a bid here, just like I just talked about. But if we can't then take out highs, this will be our resistance. And then it's just a 20-point trade. And then this will be where our offer steps in and then rotates us down. Right, like it's a very clear edge. I'm not looking for more until we flip it. So we can play the mid and then look to see if we can flip. But until then, it's just where the seller is passively taking in size. And until I see someone sweep through, I'm not interested in any sort of expansion, personally.
Be right back.
And keep this as clean as possible. This is your first risk off. If you are playing off this edge with your 10 points of risk, it's only 10 points right now, really. So just keep that in mind that it's like a 1-to-1 for half rotations. We're watching to see if this is going to be an inflection point for the bid or if it's going to be our flip for full rotation. No change in our overall balance. There's no change. We're just watching to see if a bid steps in here at our mid for rotations up. If they do it, again, we need to see a very clear hold here and then push over our 30 for more. You have to be expecting that there's been no change between our seller and our buyer. We need to see someone shift at the mid here and then rotate us over and show interest. Or this is all we get. We'll look for that secondary move on the look below and then the hold. Again, I'm not looking for any sort of expansion until we can break above or below these boxes and show interest.
I have returned.
Ooh. $30 seconds till new 15s. Holding our mid so far. Watching to see if this bid can continue to push up and get over that 30 for upside, or if this is going to be a lower offer and then a rotation through.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation. 16 counterparties take $33.757 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Yeah, like again, so it's like I want to like really reiterate, like you can blindly short highs as long as you have set risk, right? If we're in balance. Like if balance isn't shown any shift, you can do that, but like understand where you're wrong.
Fed's reverse repo facility rises to $33.8 billion, up from 2021 low.
Like if you're willing to risk 10 points and you know that your downside is 50 points, like that's not bad. That's, you're just trading a mechanical balance. Are there going to be better entries than just shorting the high? Yeah, probably, right? You can wait for someone to be off sides or wait for that selling delta should show up on footprint and then play off of that lower high and feel probably a bit more comfortable. Because like if you just short highs, we could chop there for 30 minutes, right? Like there hasn't been a real entry vehicle for you to actually get in to show that we're going to rotate fully back down. All you know is that there is a seller here, right? So like if you're going to short highs, understand that it could consolidate for 30 minutes and you were stuck in that trade then, right? Like that's the difference, is like nothing structurally has invalidated. Nothing has shown that we want to push higher, and so it makes sense from a risk to reward perspective to attempt there. But know that no one who is going to actually move the market has shown that they want to push down, right? It's just their passive seller sitting there. So like you could be stuck in that position for quite some time before it actually plays out or invalidates. But like risk wise, it still makes sense, right? Just like our lows make sense there. It's like if you're going to operate a short or a long, you want to be operating to the closest point of your invalidation, which is your edges of balance, right? You want to know when you're wrong as quickly as possible. And so like if you're shorting here now in the middle of the range, you have a lot more room above and below for it to go in either direction. Whereas like if you're shorting your edges, it's fine because you know when you're wrong almost immediately if we do flip above, and then you can stop out and then play opposite the other direction. So like you can feel pretty comfortable there, but understand like you could be sitting in that position, break even for 20 minutes, 30 minutes before you actually get that decision. So it's really just like, are you okay with that? Understanding what could potentially happen. And then just play the mechanical setup. Because like, if so, then yeah, it's great. Like balance is balance. Again, this is a great first risk off. Let's see if we can flip and rotate for full rotation down. Would love to see 90 to 800 hold offer on a look below if it's going to do it. Yeah, and like, right, and if that is the case, right, you're still only risking 10, and then if, let's say, we do get the look above, right, you get stopped out, you know immediately if you're going to be right or wrong by if we can hold here. Because what happens if we look above, oops, God, my macro on my side of my mouse. What happens if we look above like this, and then we look back down? Well, we can get back in then and play this because we know that buyers needed to hold up here, and now we can play off of these guys being potentially offsides and play and look for the lower high for the reoffer. So like, yeah, we get stopped out, but it's not the end of the world because we know what's happened on every other attempt who's looked above here. We just watch for the lower high and then the rotation back through, and then we get back in. And then we immediately make up for that loss, which is the most important part, is that we've limited our risk, and then we've immediately re-entered based off of the same logic and then made up the 10 points on re-entry. I think that's like one of the biggest things with newer traders, and not even just newer, but people who are a bit uncomfortable and shorter time frame stuff is like the unwillingness to get back in when the setup starts to present itself again. And like again, like if you're just limiting, if you have set risk, like and nothing has changed about said risk, like just do it again. Like 10 points shouldn't be making or breaking your account. You should be able to take a couple of those because overall, right, like we're making more money by trading this, trading our edges than losing money by putting on risk at our edges of balance, right? Like maybe 1 or 2 times it will stop us out, but taking 2 10-point hits to make 100 points overall is still profitable. I think like the biggest issue stems from people who watch something play out 95 times and then they finally are like, okay, yeah, maybe I should try this edge. And then that's the one time that it doesn't work. And then they get stopped out. And then they're like, oh, well, fuck. And then they don't re-enter when we get back in because they got stopped out and they have no, they start to question themselves, right? And it's like, okay, well, if you're only going to take one of the 15 trades that have been presented and like statistically you've now kind of like screwed yourself. Like either you trust the structure and you're going to play the structure and you take the opportunities that are presenting themselves repeatedly because you know that overall they have a win rate that is profitable, right? Your expectancy will be positive. It's the same thing that happened with when we were trading options. It's like we'd have like you wouldn't take all of the setups and it's like, okay, well, this win rate, we know that if you stop out for 20% loss on options contracts and you're trying all of them, you will be profitable overall. But if you start to pick and choose which ones are good and which ones are bad and you're not playing all of the opportunities presented, then like the win rate for like me or for Tom or Braxton or whoever doesn't really make sense because you're now picking and choosing which trades you're going to take of our overall trades. And so like it's not going to be the same win rate as what we have because you're being selective with the trades that we're taking. That might be confusing, but like your odds completely shift. Like if I take 25 trades and 3 of them fail, I'm still profitable. But if you take one of my 20 trades and it happens to be the loser, you have a very different odd pool than I do. Maybe that was better. Sure. Yeah, there you go. I think my pup needs to go out. I'm gonna see if we get this like last rotation. If we don't, then I'm gonna let her out real quick and then I'll be back. How many minutes left? 4 minutes on this candle? I'll wait that.
Yeah.
Take like a 5-minute break, grab a coffee and let her out. So bid's still willing to maintain our hold here on this look above on 800. I'm watching to see if we can still like maintain this now that we've looked above. I'd like to see this 800, 790 hold. If we can't sustain here, this will be probably a very good short on the look back below 790 off of this look above. Just keeping an eye on it now, because this is either going to be a very clear reoffer of our value low of previous candle, and it'll be a failed bid, right? I just marked this here at 807. And then any look below should result in a downwards rotation if this can't hold off of this failure here. Just retesting our last seller. So I will be interested on a look back below 790 now if we can't sustain. If this is able to bid here, I would like to see us take out our 30 from this hold. It's the only viable long that I'll see for a secondary, is if like this from this hold we now see into the new 15 a very clear look over this POC and value high, because I think that this can easily be a trap here and we'll look back below 790 and then offer. So I want to see a very clear sustained bid on this look, or I think it's going to be a trap. Watching Russell make new highs here, or push top of range, I should say, not new highs. My next trade will be on whatever happens on this new 15. We have 50 seconds. A decision should be made. We can see that POC is sitting at 790 on this current 15-minute candle. So it's very clear that that's where we need to flip for the downside from here. So like if we, again, fail to show interest above our value low of previous candle and POC of previous candle and open here, we want to see then offer step below 790 for a push down. But if we sustain here on new 15s, hold POC, and hold this pivot here at 800s, and then can rotate over this 20 to 30, that should be a pretty good long. So again, just waiting for this new 15, 4 seconds.
So we open here as well. We had Apple made a new low and it's opening on retest. Some of this bearish tech, mixed bag.
So we are testing POC to value high of previous candle. Again, I would love to see this look above and hold off of this hold of our mid pivot. That's incredibly important that we held here. We now need to show interest above. We can do that. It's a great secondary.
With this, the look above on ES here, I'd like to see it really fast through the LVN, and then hopefully that gives impetus to complete NQ move and see RTY. get up towards 300 as well. If not, with the failure that Sig just talked about, should be very clear.
It's insane.
They're like, maybe not.
Yeah. Sweep it. Fuck them. So no interest still. Look back below, lower high, offer trying to step. Just watching to see what we do here. Again, without being able to take out highs and without being able to push over, it is not a great look. Need to see this bid really try to step over 30s and hold. It's the last chance again into 79800 for me. For this retest for a higher low again, and then we'll look. I think any look below 790s, buy side just gets completely screwed. I'm just really watching to see what happens here on this retest again. Without us taking out these highs, I'm a bit worried, right? Sell side just seems really kind of just willing to continue to take. No ability to build above POC from this previous candle and these value highs here. Yeah. I don't know. I will really be paying attention to this. If it doesn't happen on this rotation, I'm just going to go take the dog out and I'll either miss it or I won't and it'll be okay. And again, like I still don't think that there's anything wrong looking at this with the lower high and trying to play this as your risk. But understand like your first PT is 800. So if this like this little section isn't worth to you, totally understandable. And you can just wait. I'm looking to see if we can get this break above and hold and then play this as my risk. I like that idea. I also like the idea now that if these guys are going to be trapped up here, we can see them, these participants here, where POC now holds at this 18, and then we rotate below this 790, that this should ideally break these lows. I doubt that these maintain if we fail again up in these highs. So I want to be prepared for either directional break here. Just waiting to see if it's still like incredibly lackluster up here and there's literally no interest above, then I shouldn't be looking for it either, you know? It's the exact same interaction that we were seeing at our lows, which is like, it becomes incredibly passive, and without the sweep through, I have no one to initiate to then play off of. I need to see quick movement through our level of interest to then look to try to play the downside. Like even here, this is interesting to me. I'm more than willing to try this as our risk on this shift below. It failed, right? But I'm more than happy to try it because I know that after they swept through, that this needs to hold or we'll do full rotations up. And so I'm more than happy to try this short and flip long if it flips back above, because I know that there was a seller here who attempted to shift value, and I'll try to play with them. And if they fail, then we'll look for the longs back up. But like, I want to see this guy try to sweep through our zone and then hold it as our offer. More than happy to attempt this, because this was our only look that we saw where they tried to push our value lows and take out these. So again, like I want to see something very similar like this, but on the upside where we look above and then try to rotate and maintain. How do you invert charts again?
I believe Control I.
Control I?
No.
That didn't work.
Alt I.
Alt I. Thanks. Right, so this is what I'm looking at, but for the upside, which is I want to see us try to build and then flip above. This failed, right? It is what it is. That's why we limit our risk. But if we can then sustain here, I will then be looking for that continuation up. This failed, and so then we rotate back through because now we have offside participants outside of our value, right? And then we just go the opposite direction. But I'm more than happy to attempt the edge once we actually see someone try to shift. Let's see what they do. Offer is still just maintaining here, so we wait. And again, like as long as you're looking in and then we look lower, you can play off of that most recent high or rotations back down if you're looking for just scalps. But personally, I don't know if it's worth. Like you can take 10, 15 points over and over and over again, but you might miss out on a larger move if we do get the break. I really don't think that there's anything wrong looking to play off of this 18 once we look back below it and then playing the rotations down. But like, is the 5-10 points that you're getting there worth? Debatable. 40 seconds, 2015s. Still just holding a lower high off of our 20 to 30. But also a higher low with our 90s holding. Again, need to see that flip below 90s and then offer for me to care. Where it just looks like consolidation in our upper balance. While we wait for a decision to be made. Russell retesting highs as we do this. Yes, still just holding our highs as well. Our value high to POC of our last candle is still maintaining, right? This is just that 790 to 800. We are opening at POC. We are watching for a potential reoffer at 18s, which is value high of last candle. Yes, oh, sorry, I just looked. Yeah, very clear lower high. And then that becomes your risk. But again, like, bid is still just resting at this 90 to 800, so it has to be first PT if you're going to play that. It's just an oscillation of our upper balance. We need to see the sweep below 90s for anything real.
According to Flight Radar 24, the Russian government plane lands in Alaska ahead of Putin-Trump talks.
Same thing here. With ES looking slightly over 80, but you have a tick push here. This is our highest tick in quite a while. Major underlines are mainly sideways. What volume profile are you using on the right-hand side, Mikey? I think that's good, but if you can start to view the market more horizontally instead of diagonally, I think it can ease some confusion. And that can be done quite simply by upping the resolution on that profile. If you have access to like the VRVP or even the SVP HD, which I think are offered on all of the TradingView like packages. I might be wrong on that though. Yeah, that you just look at like the start really focusing on the shapes and viewing horizontal.
Just adding to the Russian government plane headline, it says it was not clear whether Vladimir Putin was on board. The plane departed from Russia's far eastern town Magadan, where the Russian president was earlier on Friday.
What happened with the plane? I stepped away for a second.
I did not even. I was not paying attention to what they were saying. The update on line is that the plane landed. Same thing here with the full kind of LVN test on ES there. We really want to see this trade all the way through, or else I worry about a larger degree trap. Was basically our RTY test in a 300 there. Weren't sure. That's okay.
$20 till new 15s. Look above our 30s. Looks okay so far. Expect retest. News. No, there's not really any news. Putin's plane just landed and they're not sure if he's on. but we're not really getting any significant moves from it. Just a hold of our upper distribution, and now I'll look above. We're watching to see if this is going to hold or it's going to trap on a look back below. Nothing crazy. Our value high of previous candle is sitting at this 30. Just watching this 20 to 30 to see if it can sustain. If it can, we should be able to trade up to like 65. If it fails, then we'll trap and then we'll rotate back down to bow low. Your stop got ran over.
Rory.
Where was your stop? 30s? Did you flip? Hmm.
Trump says stock markets are at a record high. Trump says if meeting with Putin doesn't go well, I'll head home.
Okay. See if this traps here on flip.
Trump says I would head back home real fast.
And it's not like Alaska.
Watching reoffer 20 to 30. This should decide direction.
Just a bit of context behind Trump's comments. It was Fox Business airing clips of Trump's interview aboard Air Force One.
Let this volatility settle a bit. POC above here at 37s. Watching our reoffer here into 20 to 30, seeing if they can sustain it as a lower high. This looks good. Just watching to see how we settle up here.
Trump says Putin's meeting will work out very well.
Just waiting for Russell to find a low. This has gotta go, man. The longer we sit here at 30, the less confident I get if we can't show any interest back over 40s. So close to getting stopped there. They don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. I don't.
Do it. Just do it. Minute and a half here. New 15s. Another crazy apple candle.
The likelihood of me getting stopped out into this new 15 is so high. Ugh. got stopped there. Waiting. Not going to try again until we show more interest. I don't like this POC open. It's more than likely a flip. RTY lower high. Offer now holding our flip. They need to get more, man. This is...
Just feels like so uncertain.
This is not it. See, like, the thing is that they're still willing to take in from this guy who initiated down here off that news. Which is my concern, is like, is this just going to be a liquidity grab and then a pop over 30s for continuation? Or do we hold this 18 and then go lower?
I'm right there with them. I don't blame them. Alright, maybe it's time to rewatch Entourage. That's what you think. That's random. Thank you. I don't think so.
This looks like shit. This went from looking really good to getting pretty awful.
Trump's plane lands in Alaska ahead of meeting with Putin. According to Fox News, Rubio and Witkoff will be at Trump's meeting with Putin.
They're just taking in size here at 805, 810. I don't know, man. Like, we're getting our lower offer at 20 from the push, from the look above and fail. But they're still just willing to take in. I feel like as soon as this guy steps out of the way, we immediately rotate down to like 870. Or sorry, 770. I just need him to step out of the way. Regardless, I'm taking off first risk here into 800. All right, we need to see this guy now step down. It's 810.
According to sources, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney is planning to visit Mexico on September 18th. The White House poll report says previously planned one-on-one meeting between President Trump and President Putin is now a free-on-free meeting.
3-on-3.
The White House poll report says Trump will be joined by Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. So just reiterating what we heard about earlier.
I'm personally just watching to see, now that Russell's found this low at VWAP, if our value edge now holds offer from the inside, keeping these guys off sides for one more leg down. Same thing on ES, just watching this 480, 482 for offer. We're going to get one more leg down. I'm unsure, but I'd like to see these edges maintain if it was going to do it. If these do not show
According
any
to
interest,
sources, Prime Minister Carney is expected to meet President Scheinbaum to discuss reinforcing supply chains and key infrastructure to grow bilateral trade.
I just don't see the downside idea playing out. We'll just continue to absorb here at 810 and then rotate up. So I want to see a very clear lower high here on Russell and ES. Lower high. High. Watching, if you're looking at footprint, this value edge here, this POC here for our offer. Again, NQ is still just doing nothing. Okay, we're just being absorbed here into the last low from the news candle. So like there's still sides willing to take in. We just don't know which direction we're gonna pull. incredibly tight range. All right, this is our pivot here on ES and in RTY. Let's see what they do. If we get lower highs into this offer, or if this flips. Again, NQ is pretty untradeable. Just looks like it wants to rotate up the POC of previous candle here into 30s. The bid's still willing to take in size at this 800, 810.
Mexico and the US established measures to resume livestock exports. NYMEX WTI crude September futures settle at $62.80 a barrel, down $1.16 or 1.81%. NYMEX gasoline September futures settle at around $2.07 a gallon. NYMEX diesel September futures settle at around $2.22 a gallon.
This should be your test. This is just NQ into POC, a previous candle where our offer sets, and Russell and ES now testing our edges. If they can build here and we can flip this, that looks good to me. I need to see more on NQ. NQ is, I still don't think, very actionable. Even here, all we know is that there's someone taking in size at
September
810.
futures settle at around $2.91.
Still haven't shown any interest above. So I'm really watching these ES and RTY pivots to help give direction here. Like, is this just going to look above and fail, or are we able to sustain? If they can sustain, then upside feels a bit more likely, like odds-wise. But again, like I don't see anything on NQ that's playable here. Pretty upper held, back to our 10 here where the bid is resting. Can they make a decision so that I can go live my life?
Probably waiting on you.
Honestly.
Brent crude futures settle at $65.85 a barrel, down 99 cents or 1.48%.
According to the White House, Trump meets with Alaska senators and the governor. So just a bit more context. White House Press Secretary Leavitt says Trump is meeting with Alaskan officials while waiting for Putin.
So my logic hasn't shifted at all here. I still think that if we lose this buyer here at 810, that 770 seems very likely. I tried to illustrate that. I cleaned up the chart a bit just so that you can see the value profile here, like the volume profile. It's like our value high is just this 30. Our POC is this 810, 808, and our value low is down here into 770. So if we continue to show no interest above our balance high or our value high off of this distribution here, and we can't show this very clear look above and hold, then I'm just expecting that these traders are offsides. We have put in a lower high, and that we are slowly grinding back down to where value was found last, right, into this lower edge. It's nothing has changed with the upside flip needing to occur and hold above for me to feel bullish. But we have very clearly someone here willing to take in. I just don't know how long they're going to persist, right? Like I have no clue. So it's still the same exact trade from the last 3 hours, which is it's just the look above, the look back below our 20, and then the rotation back down to our 800, right? until this flips, there's not a ton here. Need back below 790 for anything more, or we're just going to rotate in this really ugly auction up here. Yeah, we need to see a very clear flip above this value high here for upside.
Trump says may not have any more meetings at all if it doesn't go well. So that was Fox News airing a clip of Trump's interview. Sources say US had internal discussions ahead of the Alaska summit on using Russian icebreakers to help develop gas and LNG projects.
Again, star 800 here. This has been the first target from any shorts at R20 to 30. Need to flip this back below 790 for full rotation if it's going to happen. The bid is resting here at this 800, 810. Watching to see if we get the
Trump
flip.
on Putin meeting says, I'd like to see a ceasefire. Trump says, I wouldn't be thrilled if I didn't get a ceasefire.
Wouldn't be thrilled.
Trump says, I won't be happy if we walk without some form of ceasefire.
Are we just, is this really news? Like, what are we doing here? Just like repeating the same 3 headlines over and over again. Oof, you got that you tried.
I mean,
Yikes.
I'm just saying. Eight minutes here until final hour. To round countdown 8 minutes. Getting a little sell on wall. It's my copium for the moment.
According to IFX, Russia's Putin lands in Alaska for summit with US Trump.
Huge offer. And then huge bid.
The US mulls Rosneft and Lukoil sanctions if Putin balks on ceasefire.
Well, you can't say that our liquidity levels aren't good.
The US has
It is what
readied
it
super
is.
options to punish Russia if talks fail.
It's very clear for people are resting. Oh my god, get me out of here.
Seeing a little bit of strength off WTI crude on the back of that.
Full rotation on ES and NQ off of our pivots. 481 to 483 still holding offer on ES, rotating down to our 76. Liquidity. NQ 20 liquidity is still holding offer, rotating down into our 800s, immediate bid. Same range, no failure on either side. A little bit of selling off sides down into 790. Need to see that flip below for anything real. Again, rotation would be to 770 as our target. But, I mean, there's no change. We literally are doing nothing. It's just news headlines going from buy side value to sell side value with nothing in between. We have 40 seconds until new 15s.
Final hour.
Yeah. Final hour plus potential headlines every 30 seconds with Putin now being in Alaska.
So a little bit more information on the back of those headlines. Sanctions on the two Russian oil majors would aim to reduce the Kremlin's energy revenues if Friday's summit between President Donald Trump and Putin in Alaska fails to produce results, according to people who asked not to be identified while discussing private deliberations. Furthermore, Trump hopes that such a move, if implemented, will be short-lived. According to TASS, Russia's Putin will be joined by Foreign Minister Lavrov and aide Ushakov at the meeting with Trump and his team.
S&P 500 quickly extending declines here, down around 0.3% now.
Did you answer that question, Mario? I just got back.
No.
Do you think making a trading plan based on RTH history or ETH history is something I'm fighting a lot? I don't know what that means. You mean like trading off of RTH or ET, like Globex structure?
Like a newsletter like I have. I agree with Sig. I don't really understand your question exactly.
Like creating trading plans around ETH or RTY structure for your day? Is that what you're talking about? And then what are you doing with that information?
While you're typing, like, yeah, I think that, like, and you should continue to answer this and extrapolate on it, but, like, there's a reason that, like, in the newsletter I post, like, a TPO chart that is just RTH, and then I look at the broader picture with everything, because obviously, like, your better structure is going to be during RTH, because we just have more volume during New York session. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to, like, ignore Globex positioning, because that still has effect, and like we see that in midday when like London closes, like there is still volume being transacted, it's just a magnitude less of what else is. So like it's like an ebb and flow. I don't think you're trying to like draw like a very hard line between like yes or no of like which one do I do, and like even intraday, like there's a reason we talk about previous day areas and then like in conjunction with Globex areas. So like I'm still confused of like what you're fighting a lot.
So Trump
like,
exits Air Force One in Alaska for the meeting with Putin. Again, Trump now exiting the plane.
because realistically, like there are very little times where you're gonna have like major value divergences if you're taking RTH or ETH in terms of like our primary areas, and like secondary, like more low vol areas, like there will be, because they'll be displayed as LVNs and gaps on the RTH chart. Like your primary value is still gonna be set by the most volume, which is gonna be New York session regardless. And if you have stacking between RTH and ETH, like confluence between all of our different markets, like that's giving us a pretty clear picture as well. So I don't know if that commentary answered your
According to
question
TV
at
here,
all.
Putin
But
seen exiting plane after arriving in Alaska for talks with Trump.
I guess my biggest question is again, like, what are you doing with that information? Like, what are your levels fighting each other? Like, what are you trying to position around ETH or RTH, or and like how are they fighting? Like, what are you trying to do?
for what though? For like a New York? I mean, I view Globex as a whole, and then like I view it in two sessions. There's like the European and Asian session combined, and then there's the US session. Like, if you're only going to trade London and you're not going to refer to New York, then you do the same thing. Your confines are different.
I don't know if I
Trump
need
greets Putin in
ETH
Alaska ahead of
London
meeting.
open, London close. I mean, is it part of your strategy? Do you reference those? If not, then no, you don't need them. You don't need anything.
So they both shake hands with each other.
What's your strategy? Are you using them as PTs? Like, what are you doing? I don't. It's very hard to answer any of these questions or understand even if there is a question. Because, like, without understanding if you're trading off of it, it doesn't really mean anything. Like, there are definitely reactive areas that you can play off of from Globex, but you need to build out a strategy around them. I mean, the only thing that I really use are ETH low and ETH high. That's really all I use from Globex. Unless there's something like crazy that's happened, I just reference them as like where we're probably going to gravitate towards, and then I just
Okay, so it
trade
looks
RTH.
like there's some people asking questions.
But that's me, you know.
We can't hear anything, so we'll try and make out what they're saying.
There are a lot of people that trade based off of like Asia close and like they're trading IB, right? Like it just really depends on what you're trying to.
One of the questions was,
trade.
"What's your message to Putin?" But he didn't answer any of the questions.
Again, like I don't.
Trump and Putin enter presidential limo on tarmac in Alaska.
No, I just we want to help you, but we don't know. Like nothing that I'm doing right now about finding a balance has anything to do with ETH, right? Like it is no context. Like Globex has no contextual value with what I'm currently trading. So like to me, it doesn't really affect me because I'm not looking for anything in particular around that, right? But there are going to be other traders who are primarily trading off of those pivots. I'm just not one of them. So again, like if you have a strategy that's developed out, then yeah, like that's important context. I think it can be really beneficial at the beginning of the day because again, that information is the most recent price action, right? Globex when we open. So I use a lot of the Globex levels during the first hour of the day because that is the only context we have other than yesterday's RTH session, right? So you have what happened overnight, and you have what happened yesterday. That's what you have in the morning. And then as we build out further in the day, I usually rely more heavily on what's happening today, rather than what happened overnight, personally. Because I find it has a bit more actionability for me, for my setups. But again, like, it's going to be based off of how you trade and what you value, right? And like what you're looking for. Because like, if I can just find 2 participants that are, we're trading around, then that's all I need to be able to create trading ideas. Like, it's very clear that there's someone selling at 830, and there's very clear that there's someone buying at this 800. It's like, okay, well, now we can trade around these 2 participants. Like, oh, okay, well, we're clearly trading in this volume profile, right? We traded a value high. We failed at our POC here at
Trump
810.
says it's not
we
for me
rotated
to
down to our
negotiate the
value
deal
low
for
at
Ukraine.
70.70. So now it's like, okay,
Trump
until we
says I can
break,
set the table to negotiate the deal.
I don't have anything that I'm only looking for rotations in that area. But that has nothing to do with Globex. I don't know. I mean,
Trump says the next meeting will be with Zelensky and Putin and probably me. So this is Fox News airing clip of Trump interview during flight to Alaska.
but I still don't really understand the first part, which is, what's the tension? What are you fighting between the two? Yeah, I mean, again, it really just depends. There are a lot of days. Like, the market conditions can shift so much where, like, sometimes our moves happen only in the European session, right? And sometimes our moves happen only in the Chicago session. And so, like, some days Globex matters a lot more than others, where sometimes Globex, we just go sideways for the entire night. And other days, that's where we get our expansion. And then during Chicago session, we just go sideways. We have potentially some people off sides below 90 here. Bid trying to step up here at 800. Just watching to see if we can recover this edge. The gap after open, RTH is visible, and Globex is no thing. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like again, I think using the like gap fills, like if we don't, so this goes back to an opening strategy that I talk about a decent amount, which is like if we gap up and then we show no significant interest over the opening range, and then that we should be looking for gap fill. So like to fix a glowback structure before we continue onwards, and then that would be our target. What day is that? Friday? August 8th? I hate that you change time frame and it goes back. It's so frustrating. Is it gonna do it to me again? Fuck this, dude. I hate this. Sam, is there a better way to do this? Like, what do we... Okay, select date. Thank God. Select. Never mind, I got it.
My work here is done. 3 minutes till final half hours. Obviously, big wicks. So
US
slips
Post
down.
guidance on duty-free de minimis treatment suspension.
This was the 8th, right? Or no? I thought it was Friday that you were looking at.
His cursor's on Friday. That's like the Thursday to Friday. Or it might be the Wednesday
Trump and
to
Putin
Thursday.
sit down for meeting.
I think it's the
According
Wednesday.
to sources, US had internal discussions ahead of Alaska summit on using Russian icebreakers to help develop gas and LNG projects.
Wednesday. I mean, again, like even on Wednesday, are we holding above or below our 30-second opening range? If there's no interest below, the trend is up. Buy is sustained. I don't think like Globex really is showing you anything that you need to worry about. Like it's not doing anything. You can put a fixed range on it. But like, what did we hold on Globex? We're just like holding POC from Globex and our 30-second opening range from the initial volume that stepped in, right? So like up makes sense. Should we be looking for any more downside until we push below these lows? Right, so like what I would be looking for sell side would be this. Your first signs of weakness from a seller would be us showing interest below our 30-second opening range, and our target would be value low from Globex. This is how I would play it. And we'd be looking for this as our first target. And if we could show interest below these lows, we would then be looking for a rotation down to here. This is how I would view it. This would be PT2, right? So we'd be looking for this to go offer and rotate down to this edge. And if this edge went resistance, I'd be looking for rotations down to here. That's how I develop out targets. If we were using Globex at the open of the day. So we have this consolidation down here. I'd be looking to play this edge and this edge. We have this very clear balanced D profile above, right? So we just want to be treating this as our target. Is the potential from this hold, if we did this offer, we could then see this rotation and then push back up to here for continuation back up. Because this is just an equal distribution. So we would be getting something similar to like what happened here. Happened here as well. So we always want to be taking off risk into that. Yeah. So usually when I'm looking at the open, that's usually a good way to do it, is because you have that information. Like even today's like what's today's session doing from our open? Where are we holding? Yeah, below, right? So like this gives you a really nice offer at the beginning of the day to let you know you got directional bias. Should you be looking for expansion if we can't even get over our 30-second opening range and hold that? Nah, doesn't make sense. Something else you could reference is just put a fixed range on your Globex session. Does that line up with our 30-second opening range as well? Are we holding value low of our Globex session? Right? There's no interest above. So why should we be looking? We shouldn't be looking for any sort of expansion until we can show that interest above our value high, right? So we know that the overall trend is, it's balanced, right? But the overall trend is down on the day since open. So all we have to do is then have this as our major resistance on the day. And we say, okay, we should be looking for, we have a sell side bias because we opened, clearly sell side is in control, right? But we understand that we are in a balanced market. So you can just put a fixed range and then this is our value on the day, right? Value high and value low. Do you see how it's our 70 and our 830? And then our POC is just this 810. Same levels we've been talking about all today. And why am I looking? I'm not looking for any expansion potential until we can show that interest over 30s because of that. Do you see how like my entire day is just based off of the information that we opened and we are holding below our 30-second opening range. So I'm looking for a short bias, but I also understand that we're in a balanced market between these 2 points, and I'm not looking for anything more until we can hold above or below this. And what would be my target if we could hold over 30s? We'll just back up to our 30-second opening range, right? Yeah, man. My pleasure. Better as you know.
Goodbye.
Later, Nikki. Have a great weekend. Something that I really like to use is the Globex VWAP to just get a sense of like where volume's been. I reference that quite a bit. So like I won't use like, I'll only use like Globex value high, value low, etc., etc. Like I just showed you there. But I'll rely on VWAP quite a bit, which is why I keep it on my footprint chart on ETH so that I can always reference it. because I think that it can be incredibly useful. So like you can see, this purple line is our VWAP here. And I like to reference it because we see this huge, it's just like what we just talked about, where our open is very clear and we hold that offer here. But like our VWAP is what we're actually holding on the day, right? Like there's someone very clearly just selling into this. So there's someone putting in size here on every attempt into that VWAP. And when we know that we're on a balanced day, like it's very self-explanatory today that we are balanced. But we're in a lower balance, right? So we're holding VWAP
So
as
there is
resistance.
now a live video of Putin and Trump together. We'll get it out for you in the feed.
Right? So what we can do is just reference this as where we should be expecting weakness. Right? So every attempt in here until we can flip it, after we've already marked our 30-second opening range, which again is just here. I mean, turn up opacity just for this example. Like this is our 30-second opening range.
We have posted out the video on the feed.
Do you see how we're now just holding VWAP as resistance? We can't get over it. We can't sustain above. So like we should be expecting that that's going to be happening.
So it looks like press is being kicked out of the room.
Until we can flip it, I have a bearish bias where I'm looking for reversions to this area. And that's just at our 30, right? So like that 30 is still our offer. So now we have like multiple reasons why this 30 is resistance. We know that it's our value high on the day, but it's also where our Globex VWAP is resting on the 15, right? We're just holding this as our trend down. So it's just going to be reversions to our value high and our Globex VWAP. And then I'm only going to be looking to take off risk into that area until that becomes supportive. Because again, we know that we opened and are holding below both our 15-minute VWAP and our 30-second opening range. So I have no reason to be looking for expansion until I see this flip. I should just be looking for either failures at this edge for expansion downward or failures from sellers to push below and then reversions back to this level. That's it. Until something changes. Does that make sense? Like the logic behind that? Yes, a bit. Okay. You just have to like think about like what your risk is on the day, right? So like our risk is much better looking for two different trades here. Our risk is very nice if we're looking for shorts above this on any look above for rotations back down. And our risk is very nice for longs on any look below and a recovery of this low for rotations back up. Because we know that we're in an overall downtrend, right? So sellers are pushing us down, lower high, lower high, lower high, right? So we know that sellers are still here and willing to take in. So any look above should be faded until proven otherwise. So any look above should be faded and we should be looking for rotations back through. And we know that there's still someone willing to buy down here and we are just looking for basically failures at this low. So look below and then a recovery of our value low for rotations back up to this level. And that gives us our balance on the day of where we should be putting on risk and the risk we should be putting on. If at any point we can actually see a sustained bid above, then we can target this rotation up here, but we're not looking for expansion until we show this interest up here. Like if you have this mentality on the day, today's been incredibly easy to read because we identified this value so early on in the day and we've now been trading around it. So if you're willing to put on risk in these lows and understand that this is a fade into these highs, then it's just playing this balance over and over and over and over again. You don't have to, right? But like think about our indicator, like PVZ. It waits 30 minutes before it creates a zone, right? So it's waiting for some structure before it actually creates the first zone on the day. So I think waiting at least 30 minutes is good because you don't have anything to reference. So like the only things you can reference in the morning at open is yesterday's value, right? So you can reference yesterday's value high to value low. You can reference overnight value high to value low, the structure there, and you can reference the 30-second opening range once we open for RTH. Those are like the three main things that you can reference at open if you're looking to trade. And then once 30 minutes is up and your first hour is up, you can then, so your first hour of the day is your IB, right? So you can then reference your IB for your first hour, which is why I get on at like 10:30 because I don't like trading the open. I like having that structure. Just like Mario doesn't like trading the morning because he likes having the afternoon. He likes having all that structure developed out until the afternoon. So it's just like what kind of trades are you looking to take? And what kind of information do you need for your strategies to play out, to have confidence in them, right? So if you need more information before you feel comfortable taking trades, then yeah, wait an hour. There's no problem with that.
Just takes patience.
Yeah. So
and like honesty.
Yeah, exactly.
About what you actually do best at.
So and I think like what's important is like once you figure out like the things that you actually have control over, right? So if you're looking at yesterday's value, Globex value, as well as your opening range, you can create a strategy for the morning where if you find a setup that meets the criteria while referencing those things, you can trade open. But if it doesn't meet that criteria, if you can't find anything with while using those tools in the morning, then you don't take a trade until the first hour, right? But like there's plenty of opportunity if you're referencing like the things we just talked about, where if we're opening and showing interest below 30-second opening range, like trade down, right? Like play that. But like if there's no trades around this, then don't take a trade. Like that's what you need to be doing. You need to have like multiple trade plans ready to go that you can reference for different periods of the day. I've been really been talking about anything because nothing's changed with our levels. This guy at 90 still offsides, bid's still holding there, rotated back over our 800s, and now doing our full balance rotation back up into our 20 to 30. We'll see if we can actually push through this on this attempt, or if this is going to fail again. And then look back below, offering our 20 for rotations back down. There's not much to do here other than to risk off from your holds from 790 and 800. It is our balance high. Later, sauce.
1 minute to go until we get the market on close imbalance data.
One last thing I'll mention, because I think a lot of people are struggling with this, is just like at our edges, you want to go long, right? You want to flip, and it's fine to try, right? But if we fail and look back in, there are so many opportunities that present themselves for this setup, right? This is that setup that we've been talking about all today, which is if we continue to fail to show interest above this, right? Like this is just going to rotate back through. Until buyers show interest over our value high edge and can sustain it, all that's going to happen is this setup, which has been happening over and over again today, right? It's just a failure to show interest above, and then we look back below, and then we rotate down. Your first target being 808, second target being into this value low, into the 770, 780, right? That becomes our range. So it's fine to try long, but with very tight risk.
646 million, Nasdaq 100 sell side 380 million, Dow 30 sell side 619 million, and Mag 7 sell side 359 million.
And as soon as we flip back through it, like you just re-enter on the short side.
I stood up for a second. Yes, it's all the way back at value low. Crazy.
Like if you took only these trades today, Mikey, where you just waited for price to push into this area and then push back through, you would be profitable on the day. You feel me? Like it's just like it's structurally nothing has changed with our risk. And as long as we're understanding where we should be stopping out and when we're wrong, like this is still just like an incredibly easy trade to take. Just to look back through. It's the same thing that I've been referencing all today. And until we push back over, like there's nothing there. Right? We need to show that interest above. Yes, yes, I totally understand that. And it's so easy to trick yourself into looking for something that isn't that hasn't shown. There's no proof yet. You know, we're so scared of missing out, right? We're so scared that we're going to miss the break or we're going to miss the move that we try to preemptively get into it, right? We try to force it. And instead, if you just like structurally, you just play off of the structure and you just allow this to be, right? You just play your edges. And if the edge invalidates, it invalidates, right? But just like let it be. Like we know that these are our rotations. We've been known for the last 5 hours.
At 4 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the US overall net capital flows prior 311.1 billion. US tick long-term transactions prior 259.4 billion.
And again, like what's the worst that happens? You take a 10-point stop? Okay. That's okay. There'll be another trade. Okay. But what's gonna make you feel even worse is trying to long here and then allowing for this trade to bleed 50 points. I'd much rather take a 10-point stop than trying to long here and then not knowing where to close in this. You know, like let's just like where does our risk make the most sense? Well, I know that I'm wrong if we push below this and then hold. So I want to be longing here because our opportunity is so much greater by trying here. Because I know I'm wrong very quickly. Just like I know I'm wrong if we push above and hold this. So my risk to reward is so much greater by trying to short this edge and playing it back down than it is trying to long this edge until we see the look above and the actual ability to push and hold. Where is the greatest opportunity? Always what I'm asking myself. And where am I going to be able to know I'm wrong as quickly as possible? If I'm trying to long here in the middle, then I'm stuck, right? We can go either way. So if I can take these opportunities at our edges, I have a much better likelihood of winning my idea. Than trying to operate in the middle. Yeah. And again, like the preemptive entry is fine if you are entering, like say you enter here, right? And then we go up. Like this sucks that you're in this, but nothing's invalidated, right? So as long as you have a limit at 20, right, or 18, and your stop is sitting at 33, right, above these highs, then you're fine, right? You're not going to feel great about that trade because there's a better entry. The entry that's better is the look above and then the offer lower and then playing off of this as your risk, right? These highs then on the look back in. This has much more likelihood to play out for you than just entering at the first touch and then going down. You'll feel much more comfortable in this trade because we've already seen someone step in on the sell side, right? That's what this is. Someone stepping in and then pushing us down. So you can take trades like this. I do it all the time, but your risk still remains the same. And this is what I was telling Sauce earlier today. It's like, be prepared to sit in a offsides position or a break-even position for 30 minutes potentially if you are just putting risk on at the edge, because we haven't seen we haven't seen them show interest yet on the sell. We haven't seen them take in and absorb buyers. We haven't seen them try to push lower. We've seen none of that yet. So the potential for us to just chop here while a decision is made is pretty high. But if you're comfortable with a potential 10 points of loss there,
1 minute
then
to go now.
it doesn't
On
matter.
lead with the overall net capital flows. Fitch Ratings says updates the US effective tariff rate monitor amid rising USMCA compliance.
I don't know. Just always remind yourself of like, where's what makes the most sense and where's the greatest opportunity, right? Like where are our edges? And how much do I lose if I'm wrong at this edge?
Ten seconds. $77.8 billion, $77.8 billion. US tick long-term transactions, 150.8 billion, 150.8 billion, prior being revised for overall net capital flows to 318.1 billion from the original prior of 311.1 billion. And long-term transactions, prior revised to 266.8 billion from the original prior of 259.4 billion.
You guys have a great weekend. Thank you for asking some questions today. That helps the day by
Japan's
go
US
by.
Treasury holdings at
So much
$1.148
better.
trillion in June versus $1.135 trillion in May. UK's US Treasury
Huge
holdings at $858 billion in June versus $809 billion in May. And
Yeah.
China's US Treasury securities holdings $756 billion in June versus unchanged from May.
Yeah. Again, like, these are one of those days where you look back on it and you say, I'm an idiot. You know, like, wow, like we really just held our edges. And if I had just put risk on our edges and just treated it as a balance day, like I would have been incredibly profitable. And that's something that you should, like, this is a really great day to review because the trades don't feel great, right? But nothing is invalidating structure-wise. And it's something to constantly remind yourself of like, hey, I'm getting in my own way, right? And if you can figure that out, if you can see that for yourself and be like, look at your trade history and be like, wow, I psyched myself out here. I didn't let this trade just play. We didn't invalidate anything. I just got antsy, right?
We have posted out
Like-
the Fitch rating piece of Fitch ratings updating US effective tariff rate monitor amid rising USMCA compliance.
On the next balance day,
So
you'll
currently it's
remember
at
that.
16%.
And hopefully you'll change how you're acting, right? That's the most important thing, is to be able to catch yourself and be like, I'm emotionally trading these edges. I'm looking for something that has not shown itself yet. And then you can take a step back, set your limits at your edges, allow it to play, right? Because if nothing's invalidating, if nothing's changing in our structure, then let it play. It's free points. Just let it be. Take your hands off the keyboard. Let your limits play. You know? This is a great day to review if you're having trouble at our edges, because like, yeah, I mean that's really it. But you guys have a great weekend. If you have any questions, if you need anything, you know we're available. Just DM us. I will see you all Monday.
Everybody.